Oh, right. Yo, Hugo, what's up? He banned everyone. Oh, Jesus. All right. What are we doing first? I suppose you know what. Let's get the let's get some dev stuff out of the way here today. This beginning part is a mind wrenching or mind crippling, I think is the better way to put it. Mind crippling, face melting section of the game dev. But once this part is out of the way, we can build on that and start some world generation and stuff like that. We are working in Unreal Engine 5. All right, we're gonna go with a new project. We're gonna go third-person template. This will give us a good base to work with, and we're gonna go blueprint, desktop, quality preset maximum, and we'll go ahead and throw the starter content in there. Let's see. Let's call this project I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to call the game yet, so let's just call it RPG for now. Go underscore. Oh, wait a minute. Duh. All right, yep, blueprint, all that, and then let's create it. It's a Tuesday, man. It's a Tuesday. All right. Right? It is Tuesday, right? Yes, it is Tuesday. All right, everything's working. What do you mean? What do you mean, what am I doing? Alright, so if we do this, play from here. Alright, that gives us a good base to start with. We're going to be changing the character controller, though. That is for certain. We're going to be making our own character controller. move the content browser down here. Could be a mini golf course, right? This is gonna go away. This is just gonna be where our testing for the character controller goes on. I gotta get some other windows pulled up here.
What's up, guys?
Oh shit, wrong button. Okay. Let's see, got the file downloaded. Out of here. Oh shit. What just happened? Okay. Alright. Got some animations all set up here that we're gonna be working with. Yeah, I think we're ready to get started here, so there's gonna be a lot of pausing and stuff going on here because I gotta kind of reference my notes and whatnot. Do. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get this. Oops. Wait a minute. What the fuck is this? Reset selected pipeline. Yes. Reset. And then... Ah, here it is. Here it is. Yeah, SK Mannequin. That's the one. I think that's all that I need. Perfect. Yeah, hold on, this beginning part's a little bit finicky. I gotta make sure I get... Gotta make sure I get all the folders correct on this beginning part. That way everything is titled correctly and... No, not copy there. That's alright. Of course, delete those. Yep, alright, so we got crouched and we have idle break and walk stop right there. Perfect. Alright, so next I need to go into... I think we're going to go into locomotion first. Yeah, so... Legacy, and then... Yes, blend space 1D, and then SK Mannequin. Yep, horizontal axis. We need to. So this is basically what this is doing. This is setting up variables and functions and floats and all of that stuff. So this is Blueprint. If you're not familiar with what Blueprint is, it's something new to you. Well, I don't know how new it is to you. It's new to me because I've never used the blueprints before. So this is gonna be a little bit slow going in the beginning here. I'm more used to, let's say, working in something like this, and just go ahead and create a new project next. Maybe? No? Wait a minute. Something looks different. Yeah, so, working in coding and stuff like that. Yeah, we don't need to save that. So, but what Blueprint does is it basically takes not necessarily takes the coding out of all the work, but it just makes it a little bit easier, makes it a little cleaner. If you're familiar with working in like Blender and setting up trees and stuff like that with pipelines, basically, that's what this is. So, like I said, this is something new to me, the Blueprint stuff. So it's gonna take me a second to kind of get used to this, which is why I kind of wanted to get this character controller out of the way from the beginning. That way it's out of the way and done, and then we can build on top of that. So with the character controller, we need to know what our character is capable of doing, right? So you need to set up the character controller from the beginning so you can build your world in accordance to what your character controller is capable of doing. You know what I mean? So, for example, if I set up a wall that's too high, then and then I go in and I take my character controller and I try to jump that wall, and he's not able to jump up to that height. I would have to go in and adjust that wall or the character controller. So I could set all the character controller parameters from the get-go. That way, when I go into world design, I can make everything according. I don't know if any of that fucking made any sense. But anyways, that's kind of where we're going with this here. So, we need to set the maximum axis value, which is the speed. So 0 is the minimum, obviously standing still. Then maximum is going to be the fastest, it can go. So we're going to go 500 on that, which is standard in the character controller template that Unity makes already. So because we're already making our own, we need to go in and set all of this manually. Let's see what else. Let's see, we need asset browser, and then we also need what is it called? It's anim data modifiers? No, that's not it. Viewport, snow, asset details, skeleton tree. Where the fuck is it? It should be down here. Yo, Sushi, what's up? It's also been a hot minute since I've worked in Unreal Engine, so. Okay, so window. It's not the anim. Oh, there it is. No. That's not it. Slot manager. There we go. Alright, so we got our asset browser down here for the animations. We got our anim slot manager right here. So we need to bring in the animations to this character. Now this character is, again, it's the base Unreal Engine 5 Manny is what they call it, but mannequin. So UE5 Manny. This will get swapped out, obviously, with a... Well, actually, this... Okay, so this is going to stay... This character's going to stay. Character model is going to stay the way it is for now. And I'll get to a character customization, like complete character customization section, which will replace this whole default mannequin. There's going to be full character customization and all of that. We need the... What is it? In place, right? Yes. So I'm gonna drag that in. All right, so this is kind of our... We're starting with the idle animation. Again, I'm going to be referring back and forth to my notes and everything here to make sure I'm following the steps correctly. So walk animation, we're gonna need the MM walk forward, and we want to place this. Wait a minute. Control Z that. Let's just Control Z back again. 500 SK mannequin. I think I fucked something up here. All right, in place. want that guy to be at the beginning. Yeah. All right. And then we want our walk forward to be in the middle-ish, right? Yep, right in the middle. Make sure that snaps to the middle. Right there. All right. And then we're going to need our run animation. Run forward. So let's put that right there at the very end. All right, so we have, as you can see, we have our walk, or our in place idle, right here. And then if we preview this, you can see starts to speed up. Now we have a walk speed, and then we preview all the way up, and we have a run. All right, so this is going to give us that smooth transition between standing still, walking, all the way to running. Damn it, set that bitch to 0. There we go. Okay. Next. Autosave. Yeah, we'll just control shift S. We'll save everything. Right. Alright, so we don't need this open anymore. We need to, I think we're going to set up our crouch animations. So we're going to go with the, because we're working in blueprints, we're going to go animation blueprint, again with the SK mannequin. So the difference between these two right here, so SK mannequin skeleton and SK mannequin, even though they are both skeletons, this one right here with the underscore skeleton at the end, this is, you can see, if you look in the description box where it says path game characters mannequin underscore UE4. So that's for Unreal Engine 4. This is the old skeleton for Unreal Engine 4. You can still use it. I would recommend just jumping up here to the newer Unreal Engine 5 one. So SK Mannequin, and don't think we need to do any of that. Nope, we're gonna go ahead and correct or create. And for this one, we're gonna name it ABP for Animation Blueprint underscore. Let's try that again. ABP underscore RPG character. Boom. Alright, so we got ABP underscore. ABP again stands for Animation Blueprint, where we just created that. So animation blueprint. Kind of like to keep everything titled correctly and organized. Let's go ahead and get this open. So we need to start with, so this is the blueprint right here. All right, so if you've ever, like I was saying before, if you've ever worked with like textures and animation blueprints like this kind of a screen where you have panels instead of a, I guess, quote unquote text document, of code lines. You just do it all right here, in here, create nodes, and all of that. So what we need to start with is going to be our state machine. Is that correct? Machine? Let me spell correctly. State machine. Right there. And we're going to name this locomotion. Alright, so capitalization, spacing, all of that stuff, very important in coding. And this is no different. This is blueprint coding. So let's go ahead and open this up. And we're going to need... Okay. Do this, that, and add a state. And we're going to call this idle. So we're creating the states of... Oh, shit. Nope, I didn't want to do that. Damn it, Leroy. There we go. Actually, what you can do is you can highlight all, hit Q. So, like, for example... let's say it's down there, right? You want it all to be aligned. Highlight it all. Never mind. I guess you can't do that. You used to be able to hit control, or used to be able to just hit Q, and it would line it up. So we're creating, anyways, we're creating the state. So we're creating an idle state. So it's going to go for idle, walk, run, so on, right? So for the idle, we got some animations that we imported here. So we're gonna go idle. It's gonna be sorry, idle underscore break. This is the one that we imported in. We're gonna drag that in, place that before our output animation pose, and then we're just gonna drag and connect that. So the idle animation is a looping animation, right? So over here in our details panel, we got a whole bunch of stuff that you can mess with. Don't need to mess with any of that stuff. Loop animation is what we want, because this is a looping animation. When you're standing still, you ever notice how your character has like a little slight movement? Maybe they're shifting their weight onto a different foot. Maybe kind of swinging their arms, looking around, right? That's an animation. Now, you want to set that to loop, so it just continues to replay over and over that animation. So it doesn't look weird, like, you know, you walk and then you stop, starts playing the animation, idle animation, and then once that idle animation is done playing, your character just goes stiff as a board, like our mannequin over here, right? So you put that loop animation on, and it'll do what exactly it says, loop the animation, right? We need to go back to our locomotion. Yes, locomotion, and we're gonna go ahead and create our next one, and we're gonna go ahead and make our run. No, sorry, walk, right? Actually, we're going to be combining the two. So rename that to walk/run. Alright, now you can see you got this right here, idle to walk/run. We're going to be doing some stuff inside of that. We got to set up the walk/run animation first. So we need to go into here again. Locomotion. So we created this locomotion blend space a few minutes ago, right? So we're going to take this locomotion blend space, and we're going to drag that in and place that in front of our output animation pose, and then we're just going to connect that like that. So this is where we're actually going to create our variable. So we're going to right-click this, and then we're going to promote to variable. Boom, now we have our variable. So if you've ever looked at a sheet of coding, right, or a text document of coding, let's see. I have an example somewhere. I'm trying to think if I have an example. So at the top of a coding sheet. Actually, let me see if I can find one. Do I have one somewhere? You would think it'd be a little easier to find a freaking example of this. Alright, so let me see if I can just explain this, because I can't, for some reason, I can't find an example. You would think there would be some on the internet, right? Alright, so if you do, let's just go. Notepad. Let's just open Notepad. New tab. So, for example, you would have blah 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 up here at the top, right? A couple of spaces, and then you would have VAR space, and then blah blah blah. And then you would have a list of variables below that, right? So this is variables that all of the coding below it is going to pull from. So you could also do constants, which is going to be const, right? Which is basically kind of the same as a variable, right? So, but the variables can be changed. So you're saying go from 0.0 to 10.0, right? This is just a rough example, and usually this stuff is in, depending, it's usually in like a deal like that. So with a constant is going to be just a number. So let's say 10.0, 10. Just go with 10. So this number will not change, period. That's a constant variable, numbers change. Hopefully that makes sense. But that's basically what we're doing here. We're creating a variable because the speed is going to change over time, right? Which is also going to be a float. So you want the float in there instead of like integer or Yeah, so instead of like an integer, you want the float. The integer is gonna be like let's say we set up a level system, right? A rank system. So your level 2. That level 2 is gonna be an example of an integer instead of a float. So okay. We're gonna go into the transition here, and then we're gonna take our speed variable. We're gonna go ahead and drop that, and then we're gonna actually get the speed, right? And then what we need to do is go here, and then we want this to be greater than 0. So at any, oh shit, wrong button. Any speed greater than 0, it's gonna send us into the next animation sequence. So now we need to add a couple of different offshoots from the walk run, right? We need to have a stop animation. Because we... Damn it. There we go. I just like things to be a little aligned better. You know what I mean? So, basically, whenever we're walking or we're running, and then our character stops, they don't just stop into like a stiff as a board pose, right? You want that animation transition into a smooth stop, right? So, let's see, transition rule, and then the documentation. Yeah, we're gonna need to go into here, and then we're gonna need to go with the walk stop, which is one of the animations that we brought in. We're gonna drag that into the front of output animation pose and connect that up. So it's gonna take this sequence player and turn that into our output animation that we see. Let's see. Just referencing my notes. We need to go into the transition here, and again, we're also going to take our variable and drag that on in. We're going to go to get speed, and then we're going to do, instead of greater than, we're going to do less than this time. So with less than, we'll leave that. Wait, no, sorry. This needs to be... this needs to be actually a less than equal. So less than or equal to 0, right? And then that'll slap that into the result. That should be all we need to do there. And then from our stop animation, we're going to go back to the idle, right? So we'll go ahead and drag that and just kind of clean this up a little bit here. Okay. So we got our entry. We have our idle pose. That's going to transition into our walk and or run state and animation. And then if we stop, it's going to transition into the stop animation. Once we stop, our character is then going to transition back into the idle animation. Hopefully this is making sense. It's not really meant to be like a tutorial or anything, but I don't know, like this stuff, when I started to learn this stuff a while back, it was very mind crippling. So, you know, try to explain it as we go along here the best I can. Like I said, Blueprints is completely new, but the concept is still kind of the same. So basically, like I was saying earlier, you have your you have your text document of code lines, right? You're taking those code lines and you're turning it into a visual display on this instead of writing out all the code. So you don't need to worry. Like this basically automatically builds your code document, your text document, right? So like this walk/run and this transition, like all of this right here is turned into a line of code in the ether, right? So it's doing all that for us. Okay, now let's move on. No idea, but seems fun. Yeah. All right, so what we need to do is we need to set this to automatically transition. So automatic roll based on sequence. All right. Let's see. Based on most relevant asset player nodes remaining time and automatic roll trigger time of the transmission. Blah blah blah. Don't worry about none of that shit. Just check that box. Trust me, you want it. Yeah, so this automatic roll based on sequence. So basically it's saying, all right, when we go from our idle to our walk to run, and then our walk to run back to stopping, it's going to automatically transition back into that idle. So if you've ever worked in animations before, then you know there's like a couple of different modes that you could do, right? So over here we're gonna go from our walk run to stop. So to make something a little bit smoother, we're gonna put that duration to 0.3, and then for our mode, we're gonna switch this to cubic. All right. So cubic is a form of gradually transitioning, as you can see that little example line. So this is the white line. Picture the white line as your animation transition, right? This green line is showing an example of it transitioning over a certain period of time into the next animation, right? So take, let's say this bottom part of the line is your walk run, and you're transitioning over here from your walk run into your stop animation. Over 0.3 seconds, it's going to transition into this top part of the line, which is your stop animation. Just gives it a little bit more smoother of a transition, so it doesn't just, snap into the next animation. So we need to do the same thing for this one over here. I don't know why I didn't just do that earlier. So we're also going to take this one. We're going to put this to 0.4. And then also change that to cubic. So again, from our stop animation into our idle animation, we want a smooth transition. So over 0.4 seconds. Bottom part of this line is our stop animation. Top part of the line is the idle animation. And it's going to give that smooth transition into the idle. Yeah. One important thing to remember to do is save, right? So with this, there's this little thing right here, preview out of date. So obviously, you see we're not seeing anything over here. There's a little compile button. There's also one up here. Dirty needs to be compiled. So there's a little question mark right there. You can either click it here or you can click it there. And then you can also save right there. But we use hotkeys, so control. We're gonna go ahead and compile. Now you can see this up here turned into a green check, so we're good. Now we can click save there, or we can go Control Shift S and that, or Control S, and that will save everything. Right. Control S will save the current asset that we are on. Control Shift S will save both this scene and this scene, and any other scenes that we have open. Right. So, with that, what we need to do is we need to come back out to our anim graph, right? We're going to go ahead and connect this locomotion, right, into a cache. So, if you don't know what a cache is, it's basically storage, right? Let me make sure I select the correct one. Yeah, so saved pose. Save pose. And then we're going to title this also locomotion, right? So this is going to be the cache for the locomotion. So we got locomotion here, the state machine, which is controlling the states of the character, into a locomotion cache, which is going to store and save the poses and the states, right? So think of it like, for example, 5M has a cache, and let's say you're jumping between builds all the time between two different servers. So for example, for the OCRP stuff, so for OCRP we have the life server and we have the main server, right? If we're switching back and forth between the life server and the main server, they're on two different 5M builds. So now 5M is going to be storing two separate cache folders, and when that builds up to be too much, you have to clear it out, kind of thing, because you get, bugs and stuff. Not so much that here, but it's basically storing information in regards to our locomotion state machine into our pose cache. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's go ahead and move this up just a little bit. We're going to go ahead and make another state machine, right? And we're going to call this one main. And inside of main, what we need to do... let me refer to my notes real quick. Wait a minute, before we do anything inside of there, what we need to do is we need to take this and turn this into slot, default slot, right? And then we're going to take this into our output anim graph pose. Yes, sir. Guess what I got right here? Crispy Pepsi. Yes. You'll see me moving this stuff around quite a bit because I like for things to look nice, be organized. Let me see if this will work now. So if I select all this and I press, yeah, there we go. Now it's working. So if you select everything and you hit Q, it'll auto align everything into a smooth pipeline. You don't want to do that with everything. So there we go. Snap that into place. Perfect. All right. Now, next. All right, so we're going to go into the main graph here. And for our... Yeah, so for the main, okay, yep, in main, we're going to make another state, and this is going to be our unarmed locomotion. Boom, there we go. So we have our unarmed locomotion, so this is going to give us all the states for our unarmed character, because we're gonna have weapons, we're gonna have armor, we're gonna have all kinds of stuff that we can use. So we have an unarmed state, and then we're gonna later have an armed state. Right now, we just want to get the base, basically the foundation of the character controller, right? Alright, so inside of unarmed, we're going to go from here back, and we're going to go to cache. We're going to use the cached pose locomotion, right? The cache that we set up. So now we can pull that into here. So let's go ahead and compile. Yeah. Let's see. Idle will never be taken. Please connect something to can enter transition. Compile of characters successful, but with one warning. Let me continue because I think we fixed that here in a second. Okay, yeah, here we go. So if we select... Is this it? Details, events... What am I missing here? Ah, speed. So if we take this, and let's say we crank it up to 500. No? That's not going to work. I feel like I'm missing something here. Compile. was a warning during compilation. See the log. Yes. Something to can enter transition. Oh, shoot. We never put this into there. So we'll do that. Sort that out. Compile. And there we go. Now it's cleared. Okay. There we go. Always double check your work as you're doing this stuff. So if we go back out to main, we'll select this one. And you know what? Let's do a Control-Shift-S. Save everything. Let's go ahead and close out of that. And then if we go to speed, right? Then we go to details. Here we go. There we go. So if we hit that to 500, now you can see over here in our preview, our character's running. So we can actually, if we do this, you can see we can kind of change that around. Everything is working as it should, right? Now he's running, blah, blah, blah. So we're going to set that back to 0.0. Okay. Now, let me refer to my notes, make sure we're on the right track. Okay, next we want to come out here and Minecraft. Content and third person blueprint, right? I think this is the right one. Ah, yes, third person character. BP blueprint third person character. All right, there's a lot going on here. Hold on, give me a second to take all this in. So we got our input mapping here, right? And then we have our camera inputs, our movement, and then we have our jump input. Okay, okay. So we're getting, let's see, our movement. Yep, X value, Y value. Yep, roll, pitch, yaw. Okay. Yeah. This is good. So we got our left, right, forward, backwards, and slaps that all into that. Perfect. Camera input. Yep, camera control. Left, right, up, down. Perfect. Nice. All right. Let's go to the viewport. Let's go ahead and select our mesh. Right. So, yes. Mesh character selected over there. Over here, an animation class. We need to swap this to our new RPG. So, APB RPG character. So, all the stuff that we just did is now compiled into this animation blueprint underscore RPG character that we created. So, we'll go ahead and select that. And why animations not play? compile, save. Why animations no play? Go back to the notes here. Start with tick enabled. Did I click on the wrong thing? Oh. Mesh character, yep. Something is awry. Let's go ahead and compile. There we go. Now it's working. I forgot to compile. Always, like I said, guys, always make sure you compile everything. So because I had to make some changes over here, I needed to compile that again. So yes, now that we have our ABP animation blueprint RPG character selected in our anim class, boom. Now it is doing the new animation. Yes. Beautiful. Control Shift S. Gonna go ahead and save everything. Save, save, save. Compile, save. Compile, save. Alright, so if we go in here and we'll go ahead and hit play, you can see our new animation is going, right? Perfect. Everything's working, but we're not walking. We're not, like, our character is just chilling in the idle pose. We're not doing anything. Okay. So we gotta continue with some work. We're gonna be jumping back into our ABP character, RPG character, where all of our animations are at. And then okay, so from here, we're going to go, so from our owner, we're going to bring this down, and we're going to go ahead and get velocity. Yes, get velocity. And then from our velocity, we're going to return a value for our vector. So a vector is basically a place in a space, right? We need vector length is the one that we need. Yeah, so there's a couple of different ones. Squared, xy, xy squared. Just vector length. That's all we need. Right there. Let's go ahead and get all this organized a little better here. Alright. So we're going from our owner, who is the character. We're getting the velocity. Target is the actor, which is, again, the character. We're going to return a value into here for our vector length. And this vector length we're gonna go from yes, speed. We need to get our variable. We're gonna go ahead and set the speed. So based on this equation right here, we're gonna output a set speed. So from here, we're gonna go ahead and connect this guy to there. And then we're gonna go ahead and return that final value into our speed. All right, go ahead and do this. Oh God, no. Control Z that. I didn't want to push that button. We'll do that right there. Beautiful. Everything looks good. And now we'll go ahead and compile. And we'll go ahead and save. So now if we go back into our play here, we can move our camera. We got our idle animation, and now we have our walk, which actually is giving us a run. So we don't have a run function just yet, and we also don't have jump animation. So what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to go from just an idle walk, not like an idle walk, but like, you know, just your standard slow walk speed. So it's going to be kind of, you know, it's hard to do right here, but we want to just show that the character is walking, and then when we press shift, right, or whatever we select as our button to sprint, we'll go into our running. Then we need to get our jumping. We can jump right now, but we got no jumping animations. Right now, dude's just looking kind of stiff. You know what I mean? Do a backflip, right? Now later on, we could probably add like emotes, kind of like what GTA has, GTA 5M, like we do on OCRP and, you know, other 5M servers and whatnot. You got like the emotes and everything. So another example, if you played like Destiny 2 and your character has like emotes that they can do, so, you know, this game, as of right now, is single player, but I am gonna maybe look into getting it set up for a multiplayer kind of deal. So we'll see what's all involved in getting that all set up. So we've been going for about an hour and 20 minutes here, and we got our simple animations put in here. All right, so let's get moving here. Actually, one thing I want to check. Let me just make sure that it is playing that stop animation. Yep, so you see that little animation at the end there? How it's showing the character animation stop. Pretty smooth transitions. All of that, perfect. So everything is looking good as of right now. All the code and everything that we have set up in the blueprint is transferring and communicating properly. My dog said wolf. Interesting. All right, so let's go ahead and get into let's see. Yes, so main, ABP, anim graph, main. All right, so in our main deal here, we're gonna go ahead and get our jump animation set up. So let's go ahead and add another state. We're going to call this jump. Beautiful. And then let's go ahead and jump on, no pun intended, into this area here. We're going to need our jump animation. So if we go to our asset browser and we go ahead and type in jump, we're going to get the mm_jump. Like so, connect that up, and just for cleaning things up, we'll go ahead and, clean that up. So now with our jumping, we need to make sure we get a animation to show like falling, right? Because we don't want our character just to jump up into the air, right? You get the jump animation, but then there's no falling animation. Dude's just like stiff as a board, you know what I mean? We don't want that. Wrong button. So we'll do that, and then go into falling. And you guessed it, we have a falling. Ooh, wait a minute. Do we not have falling? Fall. There we go. mm_fall_loop. Go ahead and drag that into here, and we're going to go ahead and connect that. Blah, blah, blah. Same old story as before. Now, you see this is a loop, again, like we did with our idle animation. What we're going to do is go into... There it is, loop animation. We want to be able to loop that animation. Let's go ahead and compile. What do we got here? There's a warning during compilation. See the log for details. Jump will never be taken. Please connect something to can enter transition. Yes. Okay, so we need to set that up. Don't worry about that. That's fine. So go back to the main here, and we'll go ahead and clear that. And I want to drag this down so it's out of the way a little more. We got a little more room on the screen. All right, so in here, all right, so we're gonna set up a state alias, right? So this is gonna be to falling. So with our to falling, make sure. Right, so in our to falling, we need to make sure we select our unarmed locomotion, which is this guy right down here. So this is basically, what it's doing is it's creating a shortcut. So instead of having to connect all this nonsense up into this, we just we have the jump, falling, and then to falling shortcut, right? So then we're going to go ahead and connect that up right there. Alright, so we need to go in here, we need to, nope, not here, we need to go into here, and we need to create a new variable. We're going to call this is going to be an is falling. And with this, we are going to leave this as a boolean. We're going to drag this. Oops. Let me scroll back up on my notes. We need to get or set. Yeah, we're gonna get the is falling. Okay, and then we're gonna slap that into there. Right. Perfect. Beautiful. So this is saying if we are jumping, is falling. Let's see. Yes. So we need to drag that one over to falling. Let's go into this, and again, we're going to drag our is falling. We're going to get is falling, connect that up to there, and we'll just kind of clean this up a little bit. Beautiful. So it's saying, it's asking, are we falling? If we are falling, we're going to go into the falling animation. Make sense? Yo, Faye, what's up? Yeah, we're currently melting minds and faces right now with all this coding nonsense. This is probably going to be the worst part of this whole thing. Once, like I was saying at the beginning, so like once we get all of this character controller set up, like the main controls, we got our animations going, right? Build on that. Once we get to the world design, trust me, it's going to be a lot better than this, because like this shit right here takes for a while. It takes for a while. See, my mind is already fucked, and I don't know what I'm saying. It takes a while. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. All of this nonsense takes a while. So let's see if we go into the yes, is falling. Let's go ahead and go into the is falling, right? Okay, so what we need to do is we need to get the velocity, right? So we're going to set up another variable. This is going to be velocity of the falling, right? And then we're going to set this to a vector. We're going to drag this into here. We're going to get that velocity. We're going to right click and go into split construct pin. That's going to give us our X, Y, and Z velocities to work with instead of just one singular output, right? Alright, so we need to get our up-down vector, right? Which is going to be our Z vector. So we're going to take this, and we're going to go into... And... Oh, is this an if? I believe this is going to be an if statement. I think it's going to be an if and. So let me go back to my notes here. Yes, if is greater. Yeah, so if. Nope. Delete that. And let's go if. Where's the... Which one is it? Hold on. Let me make sure I get this right. Yo, what's up, Kabichi? Ah, I know what I'm doing. We're not typing in if. We need to go here. So it's gonna be an if anyways, but it's just gonna be a greater. So there we go. If it's greater than 100, then we're gonna come off of this and go and I believe it's gonna be the yeah. So we're gonna get an and boolean, and then all right. So here we need to swap shite. We need to swap that down to here. All right. So if we are falling, right? So if we are falling, we're going to enter transition. We can enter the transition, right? So it needs to ask us, are we falling? If we are, and it's greater than 100, we're going to enter into the falling transition animation, right? I think I'm understanding that correctly. Yep. Yep. So let's go ahead and compile. Yeah, we're gonna get, because it needs to enter transition. So we need to go back to our main dealio here. Let's go ahead and Control Shift S. Hit a save in. What game are you making? So this game, obviously we're right in the beginning stages. Like I literally just opened up this this Unity save, or not Unity, Unreal Engine 5 project at the beginning of the stream. So this is the first thing that we're going through is going to be the character controller. We're going to get all the animations set in, what the character is capable of doing. That way we can build the world around what the character is capable of doing. So this is basically the long and short, or long of short. I don't know what the fuck. Anyways, short story shorter. It's gonna be like a mixture of like an adventure RPG survival thing. That's kind of where my brain is at right now with it. But I don't have a title for the game yet. I don't really have. I have kind of a general idea of how I want to build the world, and what I want the world to look like. This is gonna be it's gonna be open world, and yeah. So there's gonna be a lot going on. But it's gonna be open world, right? But there's gonna be multiple worlds, if that makes sense. Alright, let me scroll back up on the notes here. Right, so again, what we did before, we need to set this rule to an automatic sequence. So if we are jumping, it's going to automatically go into the falling. So once it completes the jump animation, it will automatically run the falling animation, right? So just click this over here, automatic rule based on sequence. And then what we need to do okay, so obviously, so we got our jump, right? We have our are we falling? We'll transition into the falling, right? So we have all of that stuff. Now we need to land. So we're going to go ahead and do another alias, which is going to be another shortcut, basically, right? And this is going to be to land, right? I believe. Yes, to land. So if we go inside of here, so we want to be able to land if we are, there we go, if we are jumping or falling, right? We want to be able to land. So instead of selecting the unarmed locomotion, we're just going to select the jump and falling over here. So if we are jumping and we are now falling, we can now land. So with this, we need to create a land. We're going to go state, and this is going to be the land animation. And inside the land animation, if you've been following along from the beginning, you guessed it, we're going to get the land animation. We're going to go ahead and connect that up. From here, so falling, we're gonna get our is falling state, right? If we are falling, we're gonna put this into a not boolean, and then it's gonna put that into the final result. So if we are not falling, it's not gonna enter into that transition. And then we want to take this, right? We want to take this. And we want to go ahead and slap that into... There we go. Transition into our unarmed locomotion. And now this is also... Damn it. Select it. There we go. Let's go back here. Oh, wait a minute. Transition. Yep. Here we go. We're going to automatically. So, if we are jumping, we have our falling. If we're falling, we have our falling. Transition into our falling animation. Now, if we are jumping and we are now falling, we can now land. Here's our land animation. We're going to transition back into the base of our character, our unarmed locomotion, basically sending it back into the idle state or walking or running state, right? So, because remember, within here we have our walk and run and everything. So our transition needs to be set again to automatic. Like we did up here, if we're jumping, we'll automatically transition into falling. So If we landed, we are now going to automatically transition into our unarmed locomotion, which is going to send us back in again to either idle, walking, running. So we're going to go ahead and compile. All the warnings are gone. We'll go ahead and save. Control S, Shift S, and all of that fun stuff. Now, okay, so now we need to set our velocity, right? So we need to come back out to our event graph, and we're going to grab our velocity. We're going to set our velocity over here. We're going to, nope, not yet. We need to set the velocity. So we're taking all of these different variables and whatnot, and we are now setting our velocity. Okay. So we're like we talked about earlier, we have the animation, we have the actor, we're getting the velocity of the actor, we're getting the vectors and vector length, and then we're sending that into the set the speed, and then we're going to take all of this and set our velocity. So with that, we need to set that right there, and then we're going to grab our return value of the velocity, and we're going to stick that into here. And actually, if we do that, we can kind of move it around. So now we need to initialize. There we go. Event blueprint initialize. All right, so this is the start of our animation. So we're gonna get this guy. We're gonna copy that, and we're going to paste that right there. Let's move these up so we got a little more room. We're gonna take this, and then we're going to get Sorry, we're going to cast. Cast to RP. Nope. BP. Where is it? Cast to third person. Yes, BP third person character. There it is. All right. Yo, Casey, what's up? Thanks for letting me terrorize you. Yes. Oh yeah. that was good. That was a lot of fun. As you can see, I won't be on tonight, but yeah, I'll be back in tomorrow. So best watch your back. Okay. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to take our event blueprint initialize animation. Again, this is going to be the beginning of our animation sequence. We're going to slap that into the cast to our blueprint third person character. And then we're also going to take the value and go ahead and throw that in there. So We need to get a variable. Yep, promote to variable. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to shite. Did I do this wrong? I think I did this wrong. Yes. Right click. We'll go ahead and promote to variable. Yeah, here we go. There we go. Now we're set. There we go. Okay. So the variable is now character, right? So from character, okay, so now we have our character variable down here, right? So let's come down here and give us a little bit of room. We're going to take our character variable and we're going to get, and then from here, we're going to get character movement. Right? Is it movement? Component. Get character movement. There it is. We're gonna get our is falling, right? No, not a message. Not a message. What am I doing? What am I doing? Let the music stop. All right, we'll go with another playlist here. Okay. All right. Where was I? Where was I? So we have our character variable. We have our target character movement, and then we want to. Yeah. So from here, we're gonna get our is falling movement. There we go. That's the one we wanted, not the message. All right. So from our is falling, we need to get our is it velocity or is yeah, is falling. We're gonna grab that. We're gonna set it. And let's kind of adjust this stuff a little bit here. Move this stuff over here. And then from here, we're gonna take this. We're gonna set that to that, and then return the value into is falling. Okay, so... Oh, shit. Let's move this over. Let's see, can we take all of this? How do I do... Add comment. There we go. Okay. We're gonna name this get speed and velocity, because this is where our speed and our velocity is, right? Speed, velocity, right there. All right. And then this one over here is gonna be. There's gotta be a shortcut for that. We're gonna set the comment, and this over here is going to be our is falling. This is a game, or are you creating a game? This is a game completely from scratch that I am making. We just started the project tonight, and I'm working on the character controller stuff. It's a game that we're it's a solo dev indie game, but it's gonna have, I wouldn't say AAA quality, but it's gonna have pretty damn good quality by the time I'm done with it. All right. Now, one other thing that we need to do is actually, let's go ahead and compile. Let's go ahead and save, and let's go ahead and let's see, which one do we need to go to? Why do we have two of these open? Let's go ahead and close one of these. Let's go ahead and compile, save. Compile is complete, so why... Why am I getting a warning? Oh, okay. Yeah, there's one other thing that we need to do. Right. Yeah. Robot aliens incoming. No. this is just this is the default Unreal Engine character model. We're just using this to get all the character controller stuff set up, and then there's going to be complete character customization within the game once I get to that point. But I got to get all of the base character controller stuff in place first. But who knows? There may be robots and aliens. You never know. You never know. Yes. So within our land, one of the things that we need to do, we need to take this and we need to set this as an additive. So apply additive. Right. Just making sure I get all this set up correctly. So we're going to move that into the additive, right? And then we're going to take this, and we're going to grab the cash. Give me the cash. OCRP new mod characters or for any other RP community? No. This is a completely separate game from this has nothing to do with like GTA or RP stuff or anything like that. This is a completely different game. All right, so now we should be able to realistically go ahead and compile and save. Go back. We should be able to go into here, and we should be able to jump. And there we go. Now we have our land animation. So we have our walk run. We have the stop animation, right? So now we have a stop animation. And now what we just set up, we got our jump, but now we also have our land animation. And also you can see if I'm standing still, you have that, but if I'm running, it gives us a little bit of a different animation. So there's velocity involved in that landing. So you can see they crouch a little more as compared to when we're standing still. Doesn't go very far down. When we're running, boom, a little more velocity. So it applies that animation accordingly. Alright, so now let's see. Let's go ahead and get a save in. Right, everything should be saved. We should be good. So one of the things that we need to do is go into this transition right here. We need to set this to 2, the priority order. Right, yep, that's saved. And let me see if that... yeah, I missed this step before. Whoopsies. Alright, so now if we play... Yeah, that looks a little better, actually. Yeah, very small difference, right? But now we have everything should be working as it should there. Okay. All right, we'll head back into our character blueprint animation. Now we gotta get like hold on, did I miss something? No. Okay. All right, so with that done, what we need to do now is we need to work on our crouching, right? So we need to go to content. Is it characters, RPG character, animations, crouching, and we're gonna do another animation blend space 1D, and we're gonna use our SK mannequin, and we're gonna change this freaker. We're gonna change this to our crouching, crouched. What are we gonna name this? We're gonna name this crouched. Yeah, crouched blend space, and we're gonna go ahead and jump on into this one. All right, now, very much like we did with our walk and run, where we set up our animation, right? So we have to do kind of the same thing here as well. So in our asset browser, with this, we're also going to set this is going to be speed, all right? And then with our minimum, we're going to go with 0. Now, if you remember on our walk and run, we have a maximum access value of 500. So with crouching, obviously, you're not going to be able to go as fast, so we're going to set that to half. No, that's not halfway. That's more than halfway, but that's, you know, whatever, 3/4 of the way, call it, or 2/3 of the way. All of that. So now we're only going to be able to go this speed while we are crouching. Then so we need to get our crouch animation, right? We're going to get our one that we moved in here, the crouch idle. And we're going to go ahead and take this, set it in there, bring it all the way to the beginning. And then for the crouch walk, so instead of having the walk in the middle, what is going on? Are we back? What happened? I think we just lost connection on OBS. What OBS doing? Yeah, we should be good. I think we're back, right? We back? Okay. Anyways, now we're going to take, so we're not going to have a walk in the middle here. We're not going to have a run at the end. We're just going to take this crouch walk, and we're going to stick this all the way at the end. So now you can see we have our crouch idle, right? And if we hold control, we have some issues going on here. We have some issues going on, so hold on a second. Let's take that back to 0 here. Yes. So if we bring this back, and now we can... So let's say we place it like right there. So now you can see we have our animation for crouch walk. Take that back to 0. Okay, now let's go Control Shift S. We'll go ahead and get a save in on everything here. So we're going to go back into third person window here, and we need to go to our crouch walk. Yes, here we go. Perfect. Let's kind of get this set up to where we can see everything here. Enable and then force root lock. Holy shit. There we go. Okay. Yes. I think that's it. So now we should be... Yes. Perfect. Alright, I think we're on the right track here. Go ahead and get a save. We'll close that up. And we're going to come back into our blueprint animation. And now we're going to get the crouching set in here. So we have our locomotion. We have our main... Okay, so let's move these up out of the way because we need to make a new... state machine, right? The state machine is going to be crouched. And we're just going to kind of stick that in the middle there. And then from here, we need to create another cache. And we're going to call this crouch. Yeah, we'll just call this crouched. Yes. So from here, we're going to go add a state, and this is going to be the crouched locomotion, like a so, and then inside of here, we need to get our crouch animation. No, wrong. We need to get our blend space. The crouch blend space that we made. And then just like we did with the other one, we're going to take our speed, drop that in front. We're going to go ahead and get the speed and drop that into speed. Go ahead and align all that. Should be it. We're gonna go crouch locomotion. And then we're gonna go from here to here, right? No. Wait, scratch that. From here to here, and then from here to here. Alright? So we're going from our unarmed locomotion into our crouched locomotion, and then from our crouched locomotion back to our unarmed locomotion. In here, yes, so create a new one. We're gonna go, so just like we did with the is falling, right? We're gonna create another is, and this is gonna be crouched. And we need to set this from a vector to a boolean, and then the boolean is gonna, we're gonna go ahead and drag this into here. We're gonna get the state of the crouched, and we're going to drag that into the result. If we are crouched, are we crouched? Then we can enter transition, right? So, so from here, so we're going to do the opposite here. So we said if we are crouching, right? Are we crouching? We can now enter the transition. This one's going to be the other way around, going from the crouch to the unarmed locomotion. We're going to go to is crouched. We're going to drag this in. We're going to get that. And then from here, leave us a little bit of space. And then we're going to go with a not boolean. So now, there we go. Boom. If we are not crouched, we cannot enter the transition, right? Let's go back out to the main. We'll go ahead and compile and save. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. We're getting there. We've been going for over 2 hours here on this damn character controller. Takes a while to build one from scratch, which we didn't technically build one from complete scratch. We used, because we didn't make the animations, we're using animations that are available for free online and all of that stuff. And then plus we're also, right now we're just using the default UE5 character model. Okay. And that's actually a good point to bring across as well. When it comes to the character creation and the actual character models that we're going to see in the game, as well as the assets and everything and the world design and all that, I'm going to try to not use anything that is readily available on the asset stores. Now, there may be, like I said, I'm going to try. There may be a couple of things where I'm just like, I can't be bothered to model it in Blender and all that stuff, because we're going to do some Blender stuff later on as well, for when we go to make the clothing and items and armor items and character models and all that stuff. We'll be using Blender for all that, but I want to try to make all of the assets and the models and everything myself in Blender, and then we'll use all that stuff in here. Now, again, like I said, that's not to say I'm not going to use some pre-made assets maybe here and there just to kind of make my life a little bit easier. But yeah, so let's continue. Alright, so next thing we need to do, we need to go back into our event graph, right? And from here, we're going to set the... Yep, so we're going to take the is crouched, we're going to slap that boolean right here. Here, instead of getting it, we're going to set it. So we're going to set it, and then we're going to go from here to here, right? And then what we need to do is go into... There we go. Unselect, and then we need to create a new variable. And because we already have... We're going to put a crayon mark at the end of that just to kind of separate it from our other ones here. So this is going to be a boolean, right? So within our deal here, what we're going to do is we're going to go with... We're going to grab our character, right? Get character? Get player character? No, that's not it. Which one is it? Get character. There we go. The variable, right? Let me zoom in a little bit here so we can see what we're doing. And then from here, we're going to get the deal that we just made there. So get crouched. And there's our variable right there. No crazy tornadoes. Yeah, so, well, I mean, so, okay, so living in Florida, we don't really, like, we get our fair share of tornadoes, don't get me wrong. But we're more of a hurricane location, you know what I mean? So, I will definitely, because I've already planned with work. I already told work, because, like, with work, we have, because we're security at a hospital, we have an Alpha team and a Bravo team during these storms. And during the hurricanes, I should say. And the Alpha team stays overnight throughout the entire duration of the storm. So if the storm lasts 2-3 days, which sometimes these hurricanes can, then that Alpha team is at that hospital for those amount of days. They don't go home, nothing. Bravo team comes in after, so we have what's called an all clear call. So once that all clear call goes out, then the dispatcher will contact the Bravo team, and the Bravo team will go back into the hospital team or hospital and work from there. So it'll be, 4 hours after, within 4 hours after the all call is when we have to be back in. But anyways, I've already set it up to where I'm on Bravo team. So during the storms, I will be free to go chase the hurricanes, if we get any hurricanes this year. So last year I got kind of shafted and wasn't able to chase, which we only had one last year. So from there, we need to take... Let's move this over just a little bit. We're going to take this and we're going to put that into there. We're going to compile and save. There we go. Now you can see it is going into the next one here. We're getting our crouch state and all of that. So for this, we are going to... There's got to be a shortcut for this comment. I got to figure out what that is. So for this, I think we're just going to call this get crouched. Yeah. get crouched. And we'll kind of adjust that a little bit. Same size as that. Perfect, beautiful, wonderful, fantastic, right? Alright, let's look at the notes. See where I'm at in this whole process. Alright, so from here, we're going to go back to our... Let's actually go ahead and compile, save. Go into our blueprint for a third person. Yep. And then the event graph for said character. So this is where we have all of our input mapping, our camera input, movement input, our jump input, and all of that. So now we need to get our crouching all set up. So before we do that, we need to go back over to here. We're going to go to content, third person, input. And then in our actions, we're going to create a new input action. And we're going to call this IA underscore crouch. IA underscore crouched, and if you're, or just crouch, if you're wondering what the IA stands for, that's going to be input action. That is what that is. So with our input action, let's go ahead and pop this open. Right. Never mind. We don't do anything with that. So let's go ahead and Control-Shift-Save that. And let me just make sure that is, in fact, still there. Yes, it is. And then we're going to go from back here, and we're going to take our IMC default. This is the input collection. All right, this is our collection of inputs. This is where we're going to start setting up like WASD for our walking, space for our jumping, control for our crouching. Shift would typically be for the sprinting, but I think we're going to be using shift for something else I have in mind. Because I don't think we're going to actually have like a walking. I think we're going to have like a light jog or, into a run kind of thing. Anyways. So in our mapping, so you can see we got jump, move, look. All right. So we're going to create a new map, and this is going to be crouch. There it is. IA underscore crouch. And within here, you can see we don't have anything selected, so we're going to hit this key value right here. It's going to record. We're going to hit Control, and now it's saved left Control as the button for us to crouch. We'll go ahead and save. We'll close that up. We don't need that anymore. Now we need to get it all set up in here. So we need to call that IA underscore crouched, right? So, is it the input action events or enhanced? It's going to be this first one. And we'll drop that down so we can see all of the stuff. So, what we're gonna do is call this. We're gonna go from is started to a flip flop. This is gonna get changed later on. This is just for now. At this very moment in time, we're gonna set it up as a flip flop. The reason this is gonna get changed later on is because we need to be able to set it to go in and out of the crouching when we're jumping. So you'll see what I mean when we get there. All right, so what we have here is this is action 1, action 2, action 3, action 4, so on and so forth. So we're going to drag is crouched right here, and we're going to set it to that one right there, and then we're going to take the crouched again, get crouched, and we're going to set... Oh shit, no, not get. Delete. We need to set. There we go. And then B into there. And then I think we need to put a knot. No, we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. We're going to go ahead and compile, save, and then let's test this out to see if it worked, right? So we got our walk, run, we got our jump, right? We got our stop animations, jump animations, land animations, and all that. And let's see what happens. Nothing happens. What did I do wrong? What did I do? What did I... Oh, no, not class settings. Not class settings. Not... Oh, my Lancer. Alright, so if we go into main, we go into crouched. Oh, shit. Whoops. Okay. Compile, save, here, play. It's still no worky. It's still no worky. Why no worky? Why no worky? What did I do wrong? Alright, so let's take a look in here. So we got our... Ah. True and false. There we go. I forgot to check this. Yes, yes, yes. So when you check this, it's going to say when we are set and crouched, we need to set it to true. And then once we do it again, this time we're going to set it to false. Compile, save, play. Boom. There we go. Now we have our crouching. Alright, so we got our walk, run, we got our jump, we got our stop animation, we got our land animation, all of that. Now we have our crouch, idle. Right? And now we have our animation transition between both. And then we have our crouch, walk. But you can see when we jump, we stay in the crouched run animation. Or crouch walk animation. Which is no bueno. Yes. So. Let's see. We run through the notes. Alright, so now what we are doing is we're going to take our character movement. Yeah? Is that the one that we're taking? Yes, character movement component or character movement. Yes. Yes. And then we're going to get max walk speed. And now we need to set... Oh, wait a minute. No, we're not getting. We need to set the max walk speed. Boom. There we go. Alright, so with our max walk speed, when we are crouched, we're going to set that to 350, yes. Okay, so we're doing kind of like another swap deal here, so... Oh, shit. So, if we are crouched, if crouched is true... Right? We're going to now set our max walk speed to the 350 that we set earlier. Okay? Now, we're going to set max walk speed. Yeah? Why no worky? Why no worky? Set max walk copy paste. We do that. Alright, so with this one we're going to send it back to 500, which is our max speed when we are not crouched, right? So now crouch is not true. We're going to send it like that. So now we'll be able to do the 500 again. And then we also need to connect this to the target as well. Yes, so our character movement is going to be working off of these based off of this. Okay. I think that's right. Yes, compile, save. Let's go in and let's test. Alright, so we got all of our stuff as usual. Now you can see we're moving a little bit slower. And now we jump back up. We crouch. Slower. We get up. Now we're moving faster. Perfect. All is working as it should. All is working as it should. Okay. Back to the event graph. Wait, no, not the event graph. No, where were we? Oh, here we were. Right, yeah, the event graph for the blueprint third-person character. Alright, so what we did there, again, is we took the character movement right here, component, slapped that right there. We took, we set some different floats variables. We have while we are crouched, 350. While we are not crouched, we can now go 500. So again, character movements operating off of this, based off of this. So we're going to add something a little fun into this, and it's going to be a little feature with the camera, right? So now we're going to take the camera boom right here. We're going to slap that right there, okay? With this camera boom, we're going to go... what was it? It was set. We're going to be setting... Yeah, target arm length. There it is. So with this, we'll drag that down a little bit. So we'll take this if we are crouched, right? If our status is true for crouched, we are now doing 350. And then we are also going to extend that to function with the camera boom. So now the camera boom is going to be operating off of this based off of everything prior to it. So right now we're set to 400, I believe. So I think we're going to set this to 550. And what that's going to do is it's going to give us a little bit of a zoom out feature when we go into crouch, because what it's doing is, what the plan is to have, it's going to be like stealth mode. When you go crouched, you're going to be in stealth mode. And think of it like Assassin's Creed. So Assassin's Creed has an assassination function, which we're going to be adding into all of this. So when you go into that stealth mode and you're preparing to assassinate somebody, you're going to get that almost like a implied field of vision change, right? By changing the zoom of the camera just a little bit. So we're going to zoom out, so now you have a little bit more of a bird's eye view of targets that you're going to be going after, okay? So we should be able to compile and save this. Let me make sure there's nothing else after this. Oh wait, no. We need to also set it for this. So with this one, copy paste, we're going to set this back to 400. We're going to set it based off of that, and target is going to be camera boom. And then we'll go ahead and compile, Control-Shift-S, save everything. And let's go back out and see if we can test this out. Alright, so again, we got everything as usual. We got our control. See, now you can see our FOV kind of changes based off of the camera's zoom, right? It gives that implied artificial FOV change. Now, one thing that you might notice is that the camera is snapping from one point to the other. We don't want that. So we're going to fix that next. Now we could flip this the other way around. So let's say we're at 400, right? Is our base. And we could actually zoom the camera in when you're in stealth mode instead of zooming it out. I don't know, that's something that we can always come back and play with a little bit. It's going to be super easy to come once all this is set out and we work out like the world design and everything. We'll be able to come in and make adjustments to, let's say, there's a mountain that's too steep, but we want the character to be able to go up that mountain without changing the look of that mountain. Now I can come in here and I can change what's the maximum slope angle that the character can go up and down. So, same thing with this. So if I don't like the zoom out feature for crouch, then I can swap that around to a zoom in. So, alright, let's fix the camera snapping. With that, we're going to move this right over here, and we're going to select these. Oh shit, nope, not that button. We're going to select these and move this over, out of our way just a little bit. We're going to come off of this, and we're going to add a timeline. Oh shit, oh shit. Control Z. There we go. I just want to move this. Alright, so with the timeline, we're going to call this our crouched cam distance. Why no change? Crouched cam distance. Boom. There we go. We need to take this and move it down to play from start. And then we're actually going to take this and reverse from end. Now we can move this down here. We'll kind of bring all this stuff in just a little bit. So, let's see. So actually we can delete this one. And we'll put that right there. Alright. We need to add a float track to this. And we're going to call this cam length, because we may end up using tracks later on. So we'll specify it to cam length so we know later. Now we're going to set this to 1 second. So it's going to take 1 second for it to zoom out. let's add a new key. We're going to set this to 0 and 0. That way it puts it right at the beginning, straight up in the middle, right? And then we're going to add another one. We're going to change this to 1, so it's at the end, and this to 1, so it's at the top here. So let's zoom out just a little bit so we can see that a little better. There we go. So we have 0 up to 1 second right there. There we go. That looks better. Okay, now let's go ahead and let's head back to event graph. Now we have our cam length, so you can see we took this. We have our cam length track, right? It is now showing up in our crouch cam distance timeline as cam length. And then we're going to come off of this. And we're going to do a lerp. Yes. Linearly. I don't exactly know much about that, to be honest. I just know that's what I have to use here. Okay. Anyways. So we're going to take this, and we're going to shift this down to the alpha. Then we need to take our AB values, which is going to be our four. No, sorry, 400. 550. So now we have our 400, which is the base cam length. Here's our 550 for the target arm length that we're placing into here. And now we're going to return that value into there. So now we get rid of having to place it into here. We have now this timeline that we're putting into the target arm length. So now we should be able to compile, save, go into play, right? And now if we do that, now you can see we have a much smoother transition with the camera going from crouched to non-crouched. Now again, we can reverse that the other way around if we want. So if we wanted to go, instead of going to 550, we could send it to 250, which would zoom in to the character. So actually, let's see how that looks, because in my mind, I'm thinking like crouched. When you go crouched, you have less of a field of view, right? But in the sense of this game, where you're gonna have the ability to stealthily sneak around, take enemies out, and stuff like that, I'm wondering if maybe the zoom out should stay. So if we go, instead of 550, let's just see what happens if we change that to 250. Compile, save, and control, and now it zooms in. So you can see how easy it is to kind of change that around if we wanted to. But I think for now, for the purpose, that may change later. We'll just go with that may change later. We'll swap that back over to 550 for now. And then we'll compile, save, play, make sure that is working. Alright, that is in fact working. Alright, perfect. I think we can move on to the next step. Okay, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go into content, characters, mannequin. Wait a minute. That's UE4. Mannequins, animations, Manny. Here we go. Here we go. Yo, Kazim, what's up, man? What up, man? Let's extend this out just a little bit so we can see the folders just a little bit better. So we're in mannequins, animation, Manny, right? And then we're looking for our RPG character, animations, and locomotion. What I need to do here, new folder. We're adding a lean function in here, okay? Alright, so now we're going to go back to mannequins, animations, Manny. We're going to take the run forward and put that into lean. We're going to copy it there, so that way we don't take it out of this. Alright, so with this, we're going to call this lean_left. We're going to duplicate it. We're going to call this lean_, you guessed it, right. Let's go ahead and pause this. We need to start right at the beginning here, okay? Oh, do. We're gonna be manipulating the skeleton bones, so I gotta be careful with this. All right, I want to make sure I read through each one of these steps carefully. Additive anim space. We're gonna go mesh space. Scaled. All right, so where we're at this point is, as you saw there, what we did was we changed the additive type to a mesh space, and then base pose type, we swapped that to selected animation scaled, and then right here we selected our original run forward animation. All right, so now we're going to go into the skeleton tree, and we're going to select the pelvis. We don't want to select anything else up here above. We don't want the root or anything like that. We just want the pelvis, because we're going to rotate it according to the direction that we want the lean function to happen while running. Okay. So this is going to be lean left. So we need to, let's make sure we're set to select rotate objects, and our grid snapping is going to be, oh here, no, not grid, angle snapping is going to be 10 degrees. So we're just going to take this and click 10 degrees to the left. Now you might be saying, oh, that's to the right. No, that we're talking about to the character's left, to our right. And then what we need to do from there, all right, we need to add the key. Boom. There we go. Okay. All right. We did a thing. We did a thing. Calm down. Just have to be very careful when you're messing with bones, with the skeletons. So now you can see we have a lean left while we're running. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and save. We're going to close that. And then we're going to go back over here. We're going to do the same thing for the right. We're going to pause that, bring it to the beginning. And then we're going to come down here to a mesh space scaled. And then we're going to go with run, forward, run. There we go. And then let's go ahead and save that. Select the pelvis. We're on rotate 10 degrees and snap that the other direction. Add a key and save. Okay. All right. Let's save. And now we can close that. And now we need to do a blend space again, right? So we're gonna go new, animation, legacy, blend space, right? And I think this time we're actually selecting this one. Let me read through the... Nope, we're actually just using this one. And just like the other ones, named after what they do. Lean, blend space. Details. Okay, now here we go. Okay, now with the name on this one, instead of going with speed, we're gonna go lean value. I think we want to underscore. Right? Alright, minimal's gonna be negative 45, maximum's gonna be 45. Now, we need to get our lean animations, right? We got our left, we have our right. So we're going to take our lean left. And then our lean right. There we go. And if we control, now we're going to the right. Now we're going to the left. And we'll set this back in somewhere in the middle. Okay. Alright, so what we're doing here, we're back in our animation blueprint RPG character in the anim graph. We're in the locomotion walk run state. So we need to put an additive in here, right? Hold on one second. Let me adjust my headphones here. Okay. So again, we're gonna do an additive, right? And we're going to apply additive. Oh wait, nope. Delete that. Apply additive mesh space, because we selected mesh space on that. So then we're gonna put that into the results, and let's go ahead and center all this stuff up. So we need to take our crouch. Why is that on crouched? Lean. Oh! No! What happened? There we go. Lean blend space. We're gonna add that into there. That's gonna go here, and that's gonna go into the additive, right? And then we are going to make a variable. This is not what I wanted. Bring that down. Thank you. So we're going to add another variable. We're going to call this the yaw delta. And the yaw delta is going to be a float. Oh, wait a minute. Let's delete that, and let's go with this. Hold on, I think I missed something here. We did a thing. Let me open this. Go ahead and save that, close it. Delete. Let's get rid of that. Why? Where's this lean? Let's go ahead and compile, save. AVP characters. So let's go here, and then we're gonna go to RGB animations, AVP. There we go. That still did not update. So we're just going to leave that as it was. That's alright. It shouldn't affect anything. Yeah, see lean underscore value. And then we're going to click on that. Promote to variable. Aha! I see what happened. Delete. Yes. Delete. And then we're actually going to go back into the blend space. We will now update that. Enter, save. We can close that. come back into here. Now we have just lean underscore value. Boom, lean value. And we're actually going to call this yaw delta. Very important to have your punctuations and spacing and all that stuff exactly the way it needs to be. Exactly the way it needs to be. Let's go ahead and cue that. Line it up. All right, now we have our yaw delta. We almost have everything completed. This is going to be the last step for a foundation of the character. After this, we're going to be building upon the character controller from this point. This is the last step right here. We're almost done. And then I'll show you what it looks like when we do our test. So now what we need to do is we need to take this. We need to multiply by -1. Okay. Just read through the notes here real quick. All right, so everything should be compiled. We'll go ahead and save, and then we can close that. We'll go back to the event graph. All right, so we're working off of our get crouched. All right, so now we're gonna take our yaw delta. We're gonna slap that right there, and we're gonna be setting it, not getting it. We're gonna set it, and then we need to grab. Where is it? There it is. All right, so we're gonna take this. Oops. We're gonna take this. We're gonna plug it into there, and I'm gonna get the music back going. What is this? Let's get the music going again here. Okay. All right. Now we need to take our character. We're going to drag our character in. We're going to get the character, right? And then with our character, we need to get their rotation. So we're going to get actor rotation. And then from here, is make a delta rotator. And then we're going to bring that down there. All right, there we go. With this, we're going to create a new variable. This variable is going to be called last rotation. Go ahead and put that like right there. Right there is fine. That. Okay, there we go. Clean it up a little bit. Oh, sorry. This needs to actually be... This is why it's always important to double check all your stuff. Frame. Last frame rotation. That's bugging me. There we go. We're gonna right click and split. We got the vectors. And we're going to divide. Let's see. I hate this part. Okay. Right click, promote to variable, delta time. We're making some changes here. And then we need to take our delta time. We need to set it, right? And then we're going to connect that to that. That to that. And then we're going to go delta time right there, right? And then we'll drag this back in, extend that out. There we go. Let's go ahead and move this up here. We're going to take this and we're going to divide it again. And we're going to set this to 10. This is the lean degrees. interpolate. Two, right? Which is going to be F interpolate 2. Float. Yes. Right. This fucking part sucks. I hate this. Okay. Target, and then we're going to take the yaw delta. We're going to get yaw delta, and that's going to be current. Yes? I believe that's how it goes. Yes. Okay, so delta time is going to go into delta time, right? We're going to get delta time. We're going to take that, place it into delta time, which, as you can see, we got back here. Okay, we could actually take this, move it up just a little bit. All right, just cleaning things up so it looks nicer. One thing that we need to do is we need to return this value to the yaw delta. And then from here, all right, so now we're going to be setting the last frame rotation that we created a second ago. And then we're going to go from here to here, here to here. And then we're going to do this. Just clean that up just a little bit. Boom. Okay. Wait a minute. Last frame rotation. Actor rotation. There we go. Okay, I think we got it now. Let's delete that. Clean that up a little bit. Okay, all right. Okay, alright, I think we have finished this. So we'll do this. We'll go calculate lean, like a so. And we'll move this right there. We'll bump that up just a smidge. Alright, here's the moment of truth. Moment of truth. Play. You see we got running, we got jumping, we got crouching. Do we have lean? We do. It's very subtle. I think. Is it there? Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. Now you can see it. It's very subtle, but it is there. Perfect. Okay. Just reading through my notes here, making sure we got everything on the foundation here. As soon as we're done with this, we're going to jump over to do some horror games here. I think we're good. Yep, that is it. All right, there we go. Just skim through everything. That is it, and just go in here and kind of check out everything that we did. So to break down everything, we got our idle animation, right? We have our crouching, we have our camera zoom, we have our crouch idle, we have our crouch walk, and then if we uncrouch, we can go back to running full speed. We have our jumping, right? We got our stop animation. One thing that we do need to do is we need to work on the jump while in crouch, which I'll get to next time. What I may do is after the stream tonight is go ahead and finish out the character controller, or at least a good chunk of it. That way, next time we come in, we'll be doing world design. So, yeah, everything looks pretty good other than the crouching jump. So we just have to do, yeah, I'll have to look at my notes a little bit further to sort that out. All right, so that is that. All right, we have the general foundation of the character controller in place. We'll go ahead and save. Make sure everything is shaved. We'll do a Control-Shift-S just to make sure everything is in fact saved. And that there is it for the game dev stuff. Now we're going to jump into some spooky games. A couple of them at least. And give me just a second to go take a little bathroom break, and we'll be right back. Okay. Alright, what are we playing first here? We're gonna check out some stuff here. What are do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Hello, howdy do. Alright, this game is called Death Trips. I don't know much about it. Oh my god, that is loud. October 31st, 2008, Inspector M. James is in a hunt for a serial killer called Lady Death. The last victim of this dreadful criminal was found in this cheap hotel. Wonderful. Where Lady James is currently investigating. Unfortunately for the inspector, the murderer is still there. Wonderful. Oh, Jesus. What the Alright, is there no, There we go. We'll set the volume. Alright, there we go. Alright, here we go. Okay. Okay, so you can sprint. What is this? Reception. What are we doing here? Can I get between here? We have a computer. Mafia Trilogy? Dude, I absolutely love the Mafia games. I do have all of them. I have all of the Definitive Edition ones, which we could absolutely do. Huh? Is that Zane? Sounds like Zane. What? Alright, what are we doing? Can I leave? Can I get some coffee? Nothing there? I'm assuming we have to go here. Yes? Oh! Well, duh, I am Zane. I don't. Oh God, I don't like this. Oh! No! 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 What the fuck just happened? That was seriously it. You have got to be shitting me. Oh my god. For real, L's all around. L's all around. Okay, okay, well, we have another one called Go to Bed. Yes, it's made with Unity. I like that. That's funny. This game? I don't think we played this one. Situation 1, Subject A. What am I doing? Go to bed. Press E to go to bed. It can't be that simple. Can't be that simple. There's got to be something else we can do, right? E to close window? Sure. Wonderful painting. Can I watch some TV? What's this? Press E to arm home security system? Yeah? Is there anything in here? No face man in a tuxedo? Wonderful. Can I get anything in the fridge? No? Toaster? Make some toast? In the kitchen? Make it stir fry? What is this? Hide the knives? Sure. What are we why are we doing all this? Nothing to do here, right? E to lock the door. Who puts a padlock on a door handle like that? Is that it? That's everything we can do in here, right? Yeah. E to use. Oh yeah, absolutely. Wait, can I turn lights off? No? I suppose that there is it. This game is called Go to Bed. Did you lock the front door? Yes. Did you close the window? Yes. Did you arm the home security system? Yes. Did you hide the knives? Yes. No one will get in. Next situation. Situation 2, subject B. Okay. Yeah, we've never played this one on the channel. So I'm assuming it's kind of the same premise, right? We have things that we need to do before going to bed. Right? So we can go to bed. What do we have here? Alright, so let's start over here. TV, couch, all that's fun stuff. What do we have? We have knives. Okay, we'll hide those. Nothing to do in the fridge. Right, right. Close the window. What is this? I'm pretty certain that I haven't played this. Lock the door. That's got to be it. Is the house secure? Absolutely. Are you sure? Don't you... Situation 3, subject C. What the fuck is this? Go to bed. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. Ooh. Locked? Of course it's locked. The hell is that? Oh, he's gone. I need to find a way out. Maybe I can cut the wire with something? And needs a code? Bro, isn't this your house? Maybe back downstairs? I don't wanna. Okay, alright, that's done. Cursed Apartment. Did we play this one? I don't think we played this one. Actually, I think we did play this one. I think we did play this one. Yes, we did, because I remember this no monsters option. We did play this one. We got Fears to Fathom, Ironbark Lookout, we got Woodbury Getaway. We got Schedule 1. What time is it? It's 9:52. Maybe we download maybe we chat controls everything. I don't think so. Let's quit that and let's go to library. I ain't played D2 in a while. Why is this in... Ah, there it is. Yeah, Mafia Definitive. I mean, we could start it, you know? We could always start it up. For sure. See how long this takes. Shouldn't take very long. This should be, honestly, a quarter of the way done downloading right now. I don't know what's going on with this. Why I do that? Why is it not... What is going on with my download speeds right now? There we go. Now it's doing something. Yeah, because I am streaming, I'm not getting what I usually get for speeds right now. This might take a minute. It says about 7 minutes, so. Getting Pepsi tomorrow? Let's see. Why? There we go. Display capture. There we go. Need to make a remix of it? Of what? Oh, the vaping. All right, this is almost done. We'll do about an hour of this, and then that'll be good for tonight because it's just about 10 o'clock here. It is fucking with my bitrate right now on the stream downloading this. Almost there. Well, usually I'm like, this would have been done already when I'm not streaming, using up any speed or anything like that. This would have been done already. I mean, it's still downloading pretty quick. Yeah, sure. Where are we at? We got a minute left. Minute left. And I will be using the Xbox controller, so let's get that out. There we go. And we'll go ahead and drop that into the games folder. Why is this not loading? Y'all see there was another Mafia coming out? I don't know how to feel about it. It's not quite what I expected for another installation of Mafia. Alright, we will force close this. I don't know why. I don't know why it's let's try this again. Yeah, I'll have to fix that as soon as we get in here. Yeah, they're coming out with another one. Jesus. But it's set more in the old country time frame. Yeah, whatever. Agree to all. There we go. Full screen on. Audio. We'll turn the master volume down. Cinematics volume. Alright, everything looks to be good. Yeah, so right now the trilogy... Yeah, here it is, Mafia the Old Country. This is the new one that's coming out. We'll just set it to medium. Look conversion off, aim assist, yeah, whatever. We'll play a little cheaty. Regular, skip drive, blah blah blah, tutorials. Yeah, refresher might be good. Alright, here we go. Y'all want the face cam on or off? Got it on easy, putting it out. What? I set it to medium. Oh shit. What just happened? Oh no, I fucked it up. Why is this game so difficult to run? Why is everything frozen? There we go. Jesus. music is definitely copyright, by the way. Can I skip this, please? Yes, thank you. Why is the music still so loud?
You Tommy? Thomas Angelo. Detective Norman. You alone? No self-respecting badges coming in here unless it's the health inspector.
What can I get you?
Just a coffee. Thanks. Dip your beak. No, thanks. Suit yourself. So, you said on the phone you might have a proposition for me. That's right. Well, if you're looking to set up a gravy train, you called the wrong cop. I'm not looking for any, associates. Good. Because I'm on the nut. Can't even pay for the coffee. But I got plenty to trade. Well, let's hear it. How long you been in town? 3 years. Caught my teeth in Empire Bay. Well, they handed you the Morello case. Right out of the gate. That's what the paper says, ain't it? And what's it to you? Tough break. Case must be getting pretty cold by now. Or you got something might warm it up? Yeah, I might have something. And what's my end of the deal? You want money? Some sort of immunity? None of that. I got people I need to protect. Families. Always the Achilles heel, ain't it? So who you got? A sick ma or a wife and a litter of kids? Wife and daughter. And no one else to watch your back, I'm guessing. Wouldn't be here otherwise. Pity that. Pa always said a man needs friends if he's going to survive in this world. Yeah. Well, in my world, it's the other way around. No surprise there. Look, I can't promise anything for your family, not until I hear what you're trading. So, are you talking? Or are you just killing time before they come for you? You think I'm on the run? Oh, I know it, Tommy. Jesus, look at you. Surely gassed. You haven't slept for days. And your neck's got to be aching from all that looking over your shoulder you're doing. No, the way I figure it is you got someone powerful mean on your tail and they ain't giving up until you end up in the river. And you walk out that door without me, we both know you're not making it 5 steps. But, yeah, you stick around, you tell me your story, and maybe you got a shot at living long enough to walk that girl of yours down the aisle. Either way, looks like I'm buying you a cup of coffee. Christ, I don't know how everything got so balled up. No one ever sees the haired pen until it's too late. But you didn't get handed a heater in the nursery, did you? No. I was a cab driver back in '30.
All right, an offer you can't refuse.
I mostly drove nights because the money was better. It was at the end of one of those shifts when I first met Polly and Sam. Shit!
Get wrecked.
Son of a bitch! Watch out! Get up, Polly! There's a taxi here! We'll be okay! Move it! Come on! Ah.
Where to?
Anywhere. Fast!
All right, here we go.
I got
We're
a gun
in.
pointed at you.
Now let's let's go into settings here. Audio, cinematics. We'll turn that down a little bit more. Display.
Yeah, they catch
There we
up,
go.
we're dead.
All right.
But you don't get to walk away.
I don't want any trouble.
Well, you got trouble. Drive. How the hell they know we'd be there? Doesn't matter now. We just gotta lose them.
How many cars we got following?
One for now. But there'll be more.
Yeah, this thing is slow as shit.
Hold tight. I'm gonna try something. Who were those guys?
You don't get to ask questions. We need to get over the
So
river.
weird seeing the
Take the
mini map
Giuliani
on
Bridge.
the right side of the
okay.
screen.
Your leg okay up there? You got a death wish or something?
Hey, don't ask questions.
Hurts like hell.
When we're back, I'll wake up the doc.
I don't know. It might be okay.
Just getting the call anyways. Hey, I see you listening, cabbie. You don't get to listen either.
All I'm doing is taking you guys where you want to go.
So do that.
Well, I mean, back in the day,
Watch it!
these cars didn't have a whole lot of power.
Okay, we're at the river. Where am I taking you once we're over the bridge?
I'm getting tired of the questions.
More of them.
Ah, shit!
Get out of the way.
I know some shortcuts that'll slow them down.
I don't care how you do it. Just shake them off. That was your shortcut?
I lost him, didn't I?
Not all of them.
These guys really don't like it, do they?
Sometimes business partners fall out. It happens. Quit yapping, Polly. More he knows, more chance of him not seeing the sun come up.
I ain't heard a thing, fellas.
Hell
One hell
yeah.
of a wheel, man, I'll give you that. They must have sent word out. There's more and more of them. We're not gonna last long unless we're back on our own turf. Let's get back to the neighborhood.
Back to the neighborhood.
The bridge is up, ain't it?
Yeah. We can make it.
Better hold on to your butts.
What the hell are we doing? Just sit tight and pray. Never done that before. Me neither. Okay, so Little Italy. Now, your night's not over.
Hell yeah.
I didn't see this coming. You think he squealed? I think you zip it tight. We talk it through back at the bar.
There's a lot of dialogue in this game, that is for sure.
Okay, we're close.
Tokyo drifting.
Pull over in front of that bar. Salieri's place. Yeah, that's the one. Wait here.
What for?
You want a little something from the Don or not?
Fucked up his car.
compensation for your services. Any damage to your car. This makes us square.
I'm sure it's more than enough.
Good. Don Salieri wants you to know that he's very grateful. So if you ever need anything, maybe a loan or some honest work, don't hesitate to ask. Don doesn't forget his friends.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Right. Yeah, he doesn't forget his friends. You need a loan?
One
With
more thing.
110% interest?
This matter stays between us. Anyone asks where you got that money, you want it at poker. The scratches on your car, you swerved to keep from hitting a little old lady. You got it?
Of course.
See you around, kid.
When I opened the envelope, I could have had a heart attack. Enough to fix the cab. Nearly enough to buy a new one. I thought about what Sam said about work. I wasn't interested. The money was good, sure, but I didn't want to get in with criminals. Better to be poor and alive than rich and dead.
Ain't that right?
So, right there, back then, I was out.
Chapter complete, an offer you can't refuse. Running Man.
After that night with Salieri's guys, I was back working as soon as I could. But it felt different. You get a lot of time with your thoughts when you're a cabbie. And other people's thoughts, too.
You there, driver?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you driving or loitering?
Driving, ma'am. Always driving.
Shut your mouth, lady, and get in the car. Can I not get
Hurry
in the car?
up, I have an appointment.
There we go.
So where to?
St. Michael's Church, directly.
Roger that.
Careful, please.
I always drive careful.
Then you'd be the first.
I've turned the speed limiter on for this stupid old lady. Whoops.
Turn that racket off. I can't hear myself think. That's much better.
So, church. It's Sunday already?
Eyes on the road, please.
Oh yeah, that was the thing back in the day, man. The old horns and everything, so good, so good.
Stop there, by the park.
Here you go. St. Michael's. That'll be 30 cents.
The only tip I'll give you is to stop smoking in your vehicle. I felt like I was sitting in an ashtray.
Lady, I will get out
Sure.
and whoop your ass.
Whatever you say.
These Italians are all the same.
Alright, search for another...
Can't drive without the radio. Better find a new fare.
Yeah, we're gonna be turning the radio off. Get out of the way. I know, right?
Art gallery. Give me that quick.
Sure. Quick I can do.
Oh yeah, here we go. Now we're hauling ass.
Taking some time out.
What's it to you?
Not much. Just talking.
I'm paying you to drive, so do that. Look at him out there. The problem with this downturn is that it's made people lazy. Giving them an excuse.
The work's not out there, pal.
The work is always there. You just have to find it.
I get it. You're a busy guy. I don't see so many these days.
I saw this crapshoot depression coming. Sold up before the crash. So yeah, I get to be busy.
Your busy day's gonna be looking at old paintings?
I have a business meeting there with a colleague. Not that it's anything to do with you. If you ever find a real job, then maybe you'll understand. Until then, drive and quit bothering me.
Yeah, I get you.
This game was so
Pull them
good
from the
back
gallery.
in the day, you know. Of course, this is the definitive edition, so everything looks
Thanks,
you know,
pal.
a
There's
little more
50
fleshed
cents.
out.
I don't spend it all at once.
I'll try not to. Every fair today's been a son of a bitch. On to the next.
Taxi!
Ooh boy, you look like shit.
I've been working since 5. What's your excuse?
Booze.
Where the fuck are
Figures.
we going, dude?
Where are we going?
Little Italy, 21st Street.
All right.
Okay. If I don't tell the cops about the liquor on your breath, you don't tell them when I break the limit. Good deal.
Great deal. Got any good fares today?
Yeah, some. But never enough of them.
Who's got the money for cab rides since the market tanked and it all went to shit, I guess? Only reason I got you taking me places is I'm drunk and don't know better.
That's
Cops
fair.
see enough drunk fellas. They're only after the people moving it and selling it.
Yeah, but I've seen them go after guys for less.
Yes, so if they think they can shake something out of you, they will use any excuse. This city's corrupt as all hell.
Sure is.
Nearly there. Just up here on the corner, please.
Yeah.
Hey, my cousin has a coffee stand around the corner. Tell him Lucio sent you. Take a break, huh?
Thanks. Might just do that.
All right. Whoa, Jesus. Oh.
Hey, how you doing, pal? You remember me? Yeah? Huh? Mr. Morello's a little bent. Shouldn't go helping Salieri's goons, huh? I'm gonna have to give you a beating. Just so you always remember who runs this town. Make it so you won't do much rocking for a while. Look at this guy. I didn't think he'd make it fun. Let's get him.
Oh, Jesus. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
Get away from here! You think you get away so easy?
Says to meet at 3 o'clock.
I got bargains, I got deals. Oh, Jesus, let me live through this.
Can't get me.
Wait
Can't be a criminal IRL. Why's that? I'd make a great criminal. Oh, running into wall. Well, you know, hey, listen. We don't have to talk about that.
Look at this.
How you doing, kid? Dino, Lou. You got business with the Don?
Nah, we're just trying to talk to that cabbie over there, that's all.
That right.
Yeah.
Well, this here's the Don's favorite driver. So anything you gotta say to him, you can say to me.
Is that right?
That's right.
I'll tell you something, pal. We ain't leaving empty-handed, that's for sure.
Well, then maybe you ain't leaving at all.
Okay, then. See your boys around. Let's go, Lou.
Thanks.
Least we could do.
Come on, let's go say hi to the Don.
Don Salieri?
Yeah.
And
He's
this is
gonna
where he
wanna hear
gets
about
sucked
this.
into the life. All right. On to the next. Molotov party.
What do they call you, son?
Thomas. Thomas Angelo, sir.
Frank told me you ran into some trouble?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
That
yeah.
cab got smashed up
Yeah.
pretty good.
Morello's thugs went after him by the kind of Tommy helping us.
This, taxi. That's your livelihood?
Yes, sir.
I feel a sense of responsibility here. So I'm gonna set you up with a small loan, enough to get that cab of yours fixed up.
I appreciate that, sir, but I'm not looking for a handout.
Then what are we doing here?
I just want a shot at the bastards who wrecked my cab.
You hear that, Frank? The kid wants my permission to get into a fight.
Yes, I heard.
Okay, Tommy Angelo. All the Morello's girls hang out at a bar he owns. Paul, you know the place.
Sure do, boss.
Good. You can ride along with Tommy. There's a lot right next to the bar where they park their cars. Go smash up a few tin cans, send Morello a message. He can't rough up hard-working Joes in my neighborhood without getting a black eye.
Thank you, Mr. Salieri. I won't let you down.
And Tommy, when you get back, we'll talk about what's next for you.
Mm-hmm. He didn't want to be
No
part
one
of that
else
life,
knows
but
you
now he's
here.
part of their life.
So tread careful, okay?
Sure.
Sure.
The boss finished yet?
No.
All right.
You got more time to
There's
sit
stuff
on
that
your
we can
ass.
pick up and interact with, so. I'm writing to let you know of my joy to hear that you will be attending the wedding of my daughter. I don't know why I was reading that. If there any further blah 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 blah. Yeah, we don't really need that stuff.
Who's the new guy?
Find anything good?
Cabbie.
Yeah,
We're helping him out.
I'm watching you.
He's gonna drive the
Get
boss?
it? I get it.
Nah,
I'll
you don't
bust
lose
your
job
ass up.
that easy.
I hate sitting around. Boring as hell.
Look around the bar.
The boss says you're not ready to come out on collections. What can you do? I don't get what his problem is with you, Polly.
Prohibition here to stay.
What do you think I got?
Yeah, we'll see about that.
I think you should have asked him, Carlo. Not gonna give a good answer. Anyways, I got places to be. Okay, come through this way. I'll take you to Vinny first. He's a loudmouth, but Frank and Adon have known him since forever.
What's he
Roger
do?
that.
We go see him whenever we need to do any, heavy lifting. We make sure we're well healed for when there's trouble.
Grateful for his dough. But we gotta go. Long drive back north. If Don wants to do this again, we can meet him now. Someplace else. That'd be good. We went to the city this morning. I saw cops on the corner.
Buongiorno, Vincenzo!
Ciao, Polly. Oh, she's gonna sing. Who's this then?
Vinny, this here's Tommy Angelo. We're doing a little job together.
All right, good. Hey, you need bean shooters or rods?
Nah, we just need something to write off a few cars.
Huh. Oh, I got just the thing. This classic should do the trick. Oh! Hey, if the bat don't work out for yous, I got a few cocktails here.
Ay.
Careful with them, though. Don't want to burn off your short hairs. Good to meet you, Tom.
All right, let's go ahead and collect these
Paulie
up.
gives you the hard time. I'll straighten him out.
Ralphie's in the garage. He's a special kind of idiot, but he's got a way with cars. I don't get how this moron gets engines to purr. But I'm telling you, it's like some kind of black magic. Hey, genius! Get your head out of your ass!
The fuck there, Polly? You can't just sneak up on a guy like that.
I'm sorry, Ralphie. I'm just busting your balls.
See, you're still limping. Guess we got two cripples working here.
We ain't nothing alike. You got that, Ralph?
Sure, Polly. Yeah.
Tommy Angelo.
Good to meet you.
Like I said, Ralphie here's a cracked egg. But you bring him a stolen car, he'll make it yours. Tom and me, we got a job to do. We need some wheels.
How about this one, Polly? It ain't a hot rod, but it'll get you across to town.
All right, let's go. You're driving.
This thing's a shit box.
And don't let me catch you loafing off again.
One day I'm gonna cut your brake line, asshole.
I don't know what Ralph's trying to pull, giving us this
Don't fuck
motor.
with Ralphie.
I want to show you something about the good life, and you're driving something my mom could have bought 20 years ago. If I know Ralph, he probably got it taken out of our yard.
Yeah, the car's fine. It's good to get a change from the cap.
You don't have to be nice about it. This thing's a tin can.
So, was that whiskey back there in the truck?
Yep, new supplier.
You guys deal in broad daylight?
Normally, nah. This was their first drop-off. And the cops know better than to come sniffing around our turf. Morello, the guy whose cars you got a torch, he's got more friends on the force than us. But we're okay, as long as we're careful. An eye over our shoulder. Some of the Canadian whiskey that comes through, you want a bottle? Just ask. It keeps them back for friends.
I'm no big drinker. I used to tip back bathtub gin most days, but...
Hey, it's their cars we're wrecking today, not this junker.
I'm no big drinker. I used to tip back bathtub gin most days, but... not so much now. That stuff's no good for you.
You don't have to go blind now, though. For us, you got a line on the good stuff.
Well, that's good of you. Thanks.
Not just the booze we supply, Tom. It's the places we deliver to. The dames they got in these places. Best
You know, just thinking about it, I think I got the original
some way to live.
maps.
Right
that
now,
came with the
all I
physical
want to do
copies
is
of
wreck the day
games
of the bastards who wrecked mine.
for all these
Sure,
Mafia games.
sure.
Besides, all this could get a guy in trouble.
Trouble says the guy is about to set fire to Morello's parking lot.
I got you to protect me. It'll go fine.
Well, if it don't go fine, try not to let them see your face. Either that, or you hit them so hard they don't remember it. We're getting onto Morello's turf now.
There's some kind of line between his streets and Salieri's streets.
Not really. There's always some give and some take. Though in general, we look after Little Italy, and his guys work North Park. And more besides. You're walking on the wrong sidewalk, in the wrong part of town, you start getting a sense you need to be someplace else. You can feel it long before they start appearing on street corners to stare you down. Okay, it's close by. Morello's goons smoke and jaw up front and leave their motors out back. They're some lazy bastards. They put some gorilla on guard duty, but it's always some no-name schmuck. Come on, over here. You gotta sneak in and wreck the cars. Send a message.
Sure.
Roger that.
Why are you coming with?
To see if you get shot. Key, you go quiet. You know how to go quiet, right? Yeah, like that.
He's got his main guys. He'll get there someday.
No one sees our heads. No one tries to pop them. Over this gate and up onto their roof. I'll go keep their chump busy while you creep up and jump from behind here. Real good at distracting.
Boss gets plenty of guys in the
Best
city
thing.
real pissed. Makes them careful. Nothing doing.
As I get the money all done.
Ah, he's good for it.
Hey! What the hell you doing?
What do you mean, what am I doing?
I mean what I say. What the hell are you doing back there?
Who are you?
A guy who don't know what idiot told you to keep lookout here.
Dino. Dino told me.
Dino? Salieri's got guys all over town trying to get Morello a just like that. You got it.
That's right. Choke him out.
So let's get to these cars. Take your bat and start swinging. Motor really got you pissed, huh?
These controls are a little weird.
Oh, crap.
Getting used to this again.
Hey, get away from the car. Knock him down, Terry. Got some kind of death wish? Just like that. Oh, got it. Come on, quick. More of them.
Get fucked.
Use a Molotov and let's see some flames. Throw some fire.
I don't remember having to do all this.
Yeah, we got that nice and good.
There we go.
Whole block heard that.
We gotta go. We can take Dino's car.
How'd you know this is Dino's car?
I don't like you and you got a good car. I'm gonna know where you be.
Reports of burning vehicles and gunfire in North Park. It's right near Morello's place. Don't bring in the wrong people.
Old ways are the best ways. Straight through the gate. We gotta get out of here before the bull show. There's
Don't let him get away!
Drive!
Come back,
Drive!
you bastards! Officers' reports are closing in.
Get out of the way.
Oh, shit. We got cops.
Did I make
So,
this? No, this is
what do we do?
this is Mafia.
You lose them by driving real fast
The
and get
first
clear of
Mafia.
them.
Sounds good.
Right now they're pissed, but let's not get them real pissed.
That's right, pitch success.
Okay, we lost them. Stay out of sight till they lose interest.
Oh, we gotta go back around this way and get on that bridge.
Drive safe. They're still looking for us.
All officers, search is called off.
Shit.
Repeat.
We're good. Let's head back and see the boss.
I thought
Search is called
Cilieri
off
had
as I
cops on
pass
the
the cop
books.
going the wrong direction.
Some
on the
street
road.
cops, sure. But Morello's got the chief in his pocket. How'd it feel? Feel good?
How'd what feel?
Taking out the guy. Taking Dino's car. Feel good?
Yeah, I guess it did.
No time like the first time, Tom. Don't get better. You think it's for you? This life?
What's it to you?
Hey, I'm just asking questions. Drive careful. We don't need the attention. Hey, I'm just asking questions. I like asking questions.
I doubt that every day you and Sam go and panel beat motors in parking lots.
There's busy days, there's slow days. Had more of an introduction than I ever got.
You never got to beat up Dino's pals and take his motor?
Nah, stole enough cars to get noticed, I guess. When I got squeezed by the cops, knew never to squeal. And one day I found myself in a yard behind a bar jawing with Vincenzo. 10 years go by and I'm still there. So, I got a suit now, and Vinny's an old bastard.
I always thought that to be in a family you had to have more connections. Your brother, or your uncle.
Oh, some guys, sure. Your cousin got made, or you like Carlo's, Pop went way back with the Don. That means you get trusted more when you're starting out. There's plenty of us who came in off the street. I'm thinking we get you in front of the boss, then we tip a few.
Well, I don't got plans, so...
Sure you don't got plans. The plans are to feed Vinny so much booze that Luigi has to roll him out the door again.
I'm good with whatever.
Sure you are.
What happened
Right.
to the car I sent you out with?
Dumped it.
Why?
It was a boiler. This one's better.
Yeah, it was an
A
absolute piece
better
of shit.
car with a broken window?
Fresh air never killed nobody.
He's still with you then? Somehow, yeah.
Hey, boss. It's done.
No trouble?
Nothing we couldn't handle, Mr. Salieri.
Good, good. Sit down. You see Morello?
Nah. But he'll be plenty pissed when his boys tell him what happened.
He's not going to be able to think straight for weeks. See, that's the difference between me and Morello. I'm a businessman. I do everything with this. Every decision I make, it's what's good for the business and my boys. But Morello is a hothead, and all that anger burns out the brain. And when he gets mad, he gets stupid.
You got nothing like that to worry about with Tommy here. He was aces the whole way, boss.
I'm glad to hear it. I got a growing business here. We could use a guy like you to help out around the bar. Maybe run some errands, make sure the bills get paid on time. You up for that?
Oh,
It'd be an honor, sir.
Good. Good. Now, Polly and Sam have already vouched for you. But you need to understand we have a few rules around here, so you listen and listen good. First, no cursing on the premises. There's a million words out there. And the man who needs to resort to fuck this and fuck that is just ignorant or lazy. Second, we don't deal in the hard stuff. I don't want any dope fiends in this neighborhood. We'll let Morello poison his own people if that's what he wants. Finally, stay out of trouble with the cops. We only have a few on the payroll. And if you cross the line, the rest will come after you. You understand?
Yes, Mr. Salieri.
Then I'm going to only ask you for one more thing, Tommy. I don't keep Paulie and Sam around just because they're strong. A lot of guys out there bigger and tougher than these two. And I don't keep Frank on the payroll because he's smart. Though he is an artist with the numbers. All these guys in this room, they're here because they have the only thing that matters to me. The only thing that should matter to any of us. You know what that is, Tommy?
They're loyal.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Now you stay straight with me, you're gonna be living the high life, Tom. But you abuse my trust.
Don Salieri, you won't ever need to worry about me.
Okay, then. Welcome to the family.
Family.
Excellent. Now I'm starving. Luigi, let's eat.
Welcome.
A barman Luigi is not much of a cook. But his daughter Sarah, Maron.
Those first days in Salieri's bar were slow.
Yeah, Fast and Furious, yeah.
I moved crates and delivered messages. The guys busted balls and told stories from the old country. Mostly, we just waited. I got to thinking, maybe life in Salieri's crew wasn't gonna get me clipped.
Come on!
But what did I know?
You, Tommy?
Yeah.
Boss is waiting for you.
Thanks.
The boss is waiting for you, Tommy. Alright. That is where we gonna wrap this up for tonight. So, tomorrow night, we'll probably be back in the life server with some more Zane stuff. Maybe. We'll see. Alright, I'm gonna message somebody and see if they're gonna be available for some LEO stuff. Maybe. We'll see. But that's gonna wrap things up for me tonight. I'm gonna do some more work on that character controller, and hopefully next time we come back into the game dev stuff, we'll be working on level design, designing out the world, and all that stuff. So the fun stuff, you know what I mean? So, Hugo, appreciate you coming by, hanging out. Sushi, appreciate you, and wrong button. All right. Yeah, that is going to do things for me. Appreciate you guys for hanging around. Tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern, we'll be back with some more nonsense. We'll see what we get into. But, yeah. We'll catch you guys tomorrow night. Peace.